construction. Alright, good morning everyone. How you guys doing today? Hey Michael. Good question. I'm not sure yet. My bias is probably to the downside, so the only reason I say that is some of the leading names are giving us kind of very bearish patterns. And then we have this ATH rejection, right? Although this is a pretty weak red candle, we keep rejecting at this all-time high. So we're rejecting at all-time highs, and leading names are giving us bearish patterns. I think that might be a bit more pressure on the downside, but with SPY being kind of right at this 423 area, it doesn't really take much for it to pop above. So let's wait for our confirmation, but we've got setups in either way. Good question. Which way do you think it's going, Michael? Yeah, the bullish case is just really it's really easy to see it, right? And we're at all-time highs, but we need to have volume to confirm the move either way. So like on the daily here, volume since call it like 24th of May has been very thin. So you want to see a volume day kind of above average. So like volume day above average and a directional Q. That would be really, really strong if we can get that. I think we're gonna kind of chop about until we do get that, I think. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not a huge Bitcoin person. I believe in the technology. I believe in what it's capable of doing, but as an unregulated asset, I have my concerns. My problem generally with Bitcoin is how it's not a community that really welcomes constructive criticism. Like when it was at 50,000, everyone was talking about how Bitcoin's going to be this like great store of value that replaces gold, and then it sells off 50% in a month. So I have my doubts about it until it becomes regulated. I think at this point it's important to separate the asset from the asset class. I think the asset class of cryptocurrency is here to stay and going nowhere. But until it's a regulated asset class, I don't really have much interest in trading in it or investing in it. Yeah, I just like I hate how easily manipulated it can be kind of at the moment. There's like this social media war with Bitcoin and Ethereum to a certain degree, and it's just I don't really want to get involved with that. And yeah, I mean it'd be nice to have something that like it kind of looks like it's fun to day trade, but not for me. I'm happy to trade my 5 tickers. I feel like I get enough action there, so I'm not really too concerned. What do you normally trade, Michael? Nice. How's that been going for you recently? Like, as in you need to commit more time, or you need to be more patient waiting for them? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, every trade needs to be set up, confirmation, execution. And unfortunately, sometimes you need to wait, right? You need to wait till it's perfect. Like, as retail traders, our biggest advantage is our ability to be nimble and patient. So, you have to really take advantage of that. It doesn't mean that we can't trade and we can't take stabs at things, but, there's that fine balance to walk. Have you checked out any of the DTR streams before, Michael? I don't think I recognize you from any previous ones. Guys, any chart requests here this morning? See, we got a few people in this in the room. So if you guys have any chart requests or want me to go over what my setups are this AM, be happy to do that here. Otherwise, we got a few minutes here till market open. Still got a little bit of time. So if you guys are waiting for AMC squeeze, needs to get above this 72.66 area, right? If you're playing a wedge pattern, there's generally a couple ways you can play this, right? But because we're at all-time highs and because of how volatile this name is, you want to play this for a break of the upper level, right? You could play, right, a break here towards here and then here towards here, but I think you're going to want that extra layer of confirmation. So AMC can start squeezing again if we can break over this 72.66 area. As long as it stays inside this wedge, there's no real interest in any entries there. All right, GME, another one of the meme ones. Kind of a similar story where it's kind of trapped a little bit. Now we had that wedge breakout, but you can see that we had that breakdown, right, inside this top area. So you kind of want to see it keep squeezing, right? You want to see it keep going. And then if you can get above this 485.70 area, you get that mega squeeze going. So until that happens, it's kind of no man's land. Let it chop about. I know this was been a kind of a hot name here for people recently, this Clove. Well, it's well above all-time highs today. So you don't want to see it really fill its gap down back towards 25. If it can hold here, get that low vol pullback, it can really start flying. But I generally don't like playing these small cap names. Not for me. I rather play options with large cap tech. Mostly that's sort of my bread and butter. So let's see if we can find a few setups there. But if you guys are, new to the stream, right, new to the chat, first time in, right, ask as many questions as you like, send as many chart requests my way. My objective is to help you guys learn as much as possible today. Myself personally, I've been trading for almost 8 years, and I just want to help people build sustainable winning trading habits. I do run a trading room. It's called DTRtrading.com, and if you join today, you get a 2-day free trial. You can experience what it's like. No real hard sell. Just want you guys to experience the room, right? Take advantage of it. Ask as many questions as you can. I'll all have a little bit of fun today. Hopefully we can make some money too. All right, so let's just go over what I'm looking at this morning, guys. So SPY, right, all-time high test. What I'm kind of concerned with, or what's giving me a little bit of pause, is that the leading names, specifically Apple and Tesla, are giving us bearish patterns. So if these patterns start playing out, then I'd expect weakness to kind of pop it into the SPY. We are so close to all-time highs, though, right? All-time highs made new all-time highs yesterday, but couldn't get that continuation. We kind of got a failed breakdown on low volume. So if we do get above, we want to see a break, hold, and then by close today, have a really strong volume day, right? Volume above average is going to give us conviction and continuation and maybe a new direction being set. Until we get that volume above average, could just be a bit of a head fake. But today I'll be happy to play bullish plays kind of above this 423.20 area, get that low vol pullback, and then go. Right, risk reward is going to be a little bit different to calculate today, simply because there is no upper risk reward area. Right, there is no upper resistance band, no upper resistance level, and we're not gapping outside the Bollinger Bands, nothing along those lines. So nothing to play there. If we get another failed ATH breakout like we had yesterday, then I'm happy to play it back down towards the lows. So back down towards this 420.70, maybe this 421 area. So that's kind of what I'm looking at in the SPY. QQQ, kind of a similar story. I want to avoid trades inside this red box. Not that I don't think the level's good. I just don't think we're going to get good enough risk reward to justify trading it. Above this 340.40 area, we've got about $1.50 room up towards this 342, and then maybe room for all-time high test. In between, maybe if we get a nice rejection candle, we've got room back down towards this 336.70. But I'm mostly bearish under this 335, and then we've got like $2.50 room down towards this 232.50ish. So let's see how that goes. Same story. Right, with the leading names. If the leading names start selling off and they start giving us weakness, right, Apple, Tesla, if those bear flags start happening, then QQQ should start having residual weakness as well and should start selling off. So let's see how this thing holds up. But yeah, I mean, I think tough until we break this 340.23. Most bearish under 335. Apple, we're getting a bit of a bear flag here. So yesterday we had a wedge pattern, right, that just looked like it wanted to give it to us, right? Looked something like that. Had that breakout, but then we couldn't get that confirmation break. So we failed that confirmation, which turns that wedge into a bit of a flag, right? Into a bit of a bear flag. So let's see if that's going to kind of continue to pan out. Remember, resistance is zones, all right, not necessarily a specific price. And you always want your confirmation to be a horizontal line. So when we get that wedge break, we don't enter on the break of the wedge. We enter on the break of the horizontal line. So we need that confirmation, right? We failed that confirmation yesterday. So now we're getting that sell-off. For a bear flag continuation, well, we want to see it breaking under this 122.20 area. Then we got room, right? If bear flag goes, we've got room down towards that 116-ish. Maybe a bit lower, but intraday, if we get a breakdown here today, maybe you have room towards this 124.70. So I got a few things in play there on Apple. So let's see how it comes together. Right, Tesla, very similar setup. We're getting that bear flag that's got room down towards maybe 400, and in between we've got some levels. So if we can break under this 596, we've got room towards 581. Then I want to avoid in here, just kind of wicky, kind of choppy. Wait till we lose this bear flag, right? And then we go down towards 560. Bullish unless we get a really big reversal candle and then kind of clear this half level at 610. I don't really want to be bullish until we cross 624 towards that kind of 635 area. That kind of looks nice play to me. It would give you good enough risk reward as well. Microsoft, we kind of have a half level here, this 254.40, right? And that's got room towards this 256. Above this 256, I don't really like trading into this kind of area. I want to see how we react once we break out of this gap down. Once we break out of this gap, maybe it'll give us some more conviction on how to play this. So we'll have to take a look, but I want to get a bit more information there. Bearish, if we can lose this 251.60 area, and then we kind of have some clean levels to the downside. So that's kind of what I'm looking at this morning, guys. I don't know if I have a favorite setup. Maybe Tesla. So we'll see how this comes together. But that's what I'm looking at. If you guys have any questions about those setups, send them my way. We've got about 10 minutes here till market open. So make sure your execution software is up, right? No operational issues today, right? No operational mistakes today. And remember that every trade needs to be set up, confirmation, execution. So let's make sure we have a great day. Hey, good morning, Paco. How you doing, bud? Much appreciated, Paco. That's very kind of you for that review. Hopefully we can make some money, and you guys can see what the advantage is in person. But generally what my objective is not to trade you guys. I'm not like, my goal is not to make you guys trade alerts, right? My goal is to help you guys to learn how to trade so you can trade by yourself, and then you want to stick in the room because you enjoy that value, right? Alerts come second here. Now we do put them in our Discord. We put setup alerts, but that's a different story. Yeah, talked about this a little bit earlier, I think before you joined the stream, but like I'm not really, I'm a believer in the technology of crypto. Like I believe in the blockchain, I believe in all that kind of stuff, but it's hard to take at least Bitcoin, hard to take it serious when it loses 54% of its value in 35 days. So, I like the asset. I like the asset class. I don't really like the assets in it at the moment. I think the sell-off continues for now, because it's got so much pressure on it now. So if we lose this like $28,000 level, it's got a lot of room to go, and I don't see that same kind of enthusiasm for crypto that I was seeing before. So I'd expect it to continue, but we'll have to just see what it wants to do. I'm not sure Bitcoin's going to be the one that's like the market leader in 10 years. I think generally that's my belief. I think we're waiting probably still for like a US based cryptocurrency, like a US dollar generated by the Fed cryptocurrency, something like that, and that will be the death spell for crypto. What I do find a little bit, I don't know if I want to call it frustrating, but a little bit annoying, is like just how quickly the narratives change on Bitcoin. So like at 50,000, it's like this great store of value. At 30,000, it's like used for money laundering by criminals. So like people are just like picking and choosing narratives to suit their own thesis, and it's like just getting a little bit exhausting listening to all the hot takes. It's like Skip Bayless doing financial analysis. All right, guys, just a couple minutes here till market open. Any last questions here before we start the day off? Like 4 minutes to go, guys. Yeah, Minhaj, good question. I think it really depends on what day of the week it is, and what security. So I do have generally like a couple like base rules. So I need spreads to be less than 2%, right, or give or take 2%, and I want option volume to be greater than 2K. So as long as I have those, then I'm pretty conservative. Like that's at least the starting point, and then I look for something that has sort of that right delta. And there's not like a specific number I look for, but like generally I want my delta to be like 30, maybe 0.3 to 50 cents, something like that. So 30 to 50 cents per dollar moved. So generally that's like the starting point. And then for stuff like the SPY, when things expire pretty early on, I choose my strike price based on what my target is. So say if we were playing puts, and I think that the SPY has room down to go towards this like 420, depending on how early in the day it is, I might play the 420 puts, or I'll split the difference and play like the 421 puts. So let's see how things go. Like that's generally how I go for it. Yeah, Colin, I'm right there with you. I just don't like this little zone here, like 339, 30 to like 340, 20 area. I kind of want to avoid this. If we can break above that, then we got tons of room. But this little red box here for me is a bit of a no-go. But I think that's a really good eye. There's a couple things that look maybe a little bit promising. Let's see how they come together. Hopefully we get something that sets up really nice for us. I'd love to be able to play SPY all-time high breakout. That would be awesome. What do you normally trade, Minhaj? Am I saying that correct? All right, guys, market open. So let's see how things react here right after the opening bell. Perfect. Nice. Okay, so you trade the same stuff I normally trade. That's awesome. I always recommend sticking to a more focused watch list than just trading like 1,000 different things. I generally don't think that's too helpful. All right, so let's see if we can get this pop above here. Yeah, so all-time highs, it's a little bit of a different equation, right? Because you don't have a upper strategy, or you don't have an upper resistance target. So, I mean, for something like the SPY, you kind of just assume it's going to move like $1 at a time, something like that. So generally, you don't want to take risk of greater than 50 cents. You know, same thing, like with Apple, you kind of just assume it's going to move up like 1% at a time, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, 100%. Like, psychological levels are your... That's probably how I should describe it in the first place. But those are going to be the things that stick out. Like, those are the only possible levels where you might get something. So tech's looking a little bit strong here right off the opening bell. I'm going to put an alert on this half level on Tesla. If we get that break up, low vol pullback, we got quite a lot of room towards that 620 area. You know, SPY's giving us a bit of a rejection here right off the opening bell. But we are getting that gap up, so maybe this is that low vol pullback. We'll have to be patient here and see. Still got 2.5 minutes on the first 5. QQQ looking pretty strong, relatively decent open. Apple's trying to turn maybe a little bit bearish. So remember, guys, every trade needs to be set up, confirmation, execution, right? We're not going to compromise on that. That's extremely important to me. So this might almost be that low vol pullback here. Right, for an opening 5-min candle, this is pretty light. So let's see how this thing holds up here in the next couple min. Maybe not. So Tesla looks pretty strong. It's holding up. It's a bit of an outlier compared to the other names. Hey Rusty, welcome. Yeah, you haven't missed anything yet. Just looking at a few things. maybe SPY's giving us possible little setup here. It's not a great one. So SPY, if we go Bollinger Band reversion, right? Open outside, close inside. Oh, it's too late now. There's your stop. There would have been your stop. There would have been your entry. So just missed it. Set up just a bit too quick on us. Apple with an extremely bearish first 5 minutes. So yeah, just keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla looks like our strongest one of the day so far. Everything else, I mean, we're kind of getting some mixed signals a little bit. So Tesla just broke above. That's great. Now we want to see if we can get that low vol pullback. Need for this thing to close pretty quick. Well, close above this line or close at this line and then get that low vol pullback at it. So very strong open from Tesla so far. It's kind of the, looks like it's leading the charge a little bit. So let's see if this can close full body full body bullish. Right, and then we get that low vol pullback. So we're still a few minutes away from anything. So Apple certainly looks the weakest out of all these tech names. Very weak open. Now we possibly getting a reversal candle, or confirmation candle, sorry, of the reversal. But if everything else is kind of bouncing about, I'd expect Apple to kind of start acting like everything else. So I don't really want to chase Apple down here. See if Tesla can finish strong. Alright, so we're getting some pretty aggressive reversals now, potentially. Candles like this are kind of gross, right? They don't tell you very much. Very indecisive, very wicky. Not exactly what you'd like to see. This could be our low vol pullback here with a minute to go. Looks like we're not going to get in there, unfortunately. So let's see if SPY can keep going here. Looks really weak. QQQ's dying now. Tesla might be too. So let's see if we can find a nice reversal. You need that low vol pullback though, guys. You need that strong bit of confirmation. Otherwise, it's not worth chasing. All right, not getting these low vol pullbacks anywhere. So let's see if we can get that follow through. All right, Bollinger Band set up on the SPY would have been a great one, but we just missed our entry, unfortunately. So don't chase into this. That's not the right thing to do. So let's see if we can get that low vol pullback anywhere. It's kind of what we're looking for now. Microsoft continues to show some strength, which I find a little bit surprising, to be honest. So very quick reversal there on the SPY. So will we get that low vol pullback here on Microsoft now, right? If we're getting these reversals, right, maybe that's the catalyst we're looking for. Like, that's pretty gross action. So I wonder if we're going to get that. Still need to wait for that pullback, but I wonder if we can get it. We've got room up too, guys. We got a lot of room towards this 256.20 area. So we can be patient with this setup, but it needs to be the right one. Hard to call this a low vol pullback on Tesla. It's kind of nasty. QQQ remains pretty bullish for whatever reason, holding up exceptionally well. Leading names aren't necessarily dying as quick as I was expecting. So let's see if we can get that low vol pullback on Microsoft. That's certainly our best setup here at the moment. Everything else looks really wicky and not particularly that enjoyable to trade. All right, this is garbage on SPY. So we want to see that low vol pullback, right? We need to see how weak sellers are coming in defending this level. We don't have that information yet, right? right? QQQ's pumping up here. So I don't know if Microsoft's going to give us that pullback. You know, SPY's giving us that second, or sorry, Tesla's giving us that second crack at this area, but still need that low vol pullback before I'm interested in anything here. So QQQ's a beast. So I wonder if that's going to be our little indicator that maybe we're going to continue getting some follow through. So let's see. We need these pullbacks though, guys. We need these low vol pullbacks. Otherwise, we're just begging ourselves to get head faked. And that's no fun for anyone. Like for this candle on Tesla to close with a little bit more conviction. I hate this top wick. It's rejecting basically at the same area, right? So support and resistance is a zone, not necessarily a specific price. So we're kind of rejecting at the same resistance zone consistently. Hey, good morning, Frank. Haven't missed anything here yet this morning. On what? Yeah, Colin, sure, let's take a look. So, on the Bollinger Bands, right? You want that opening candle. Needs to open outside. We opened inside, right? Close. You want to open outside, close inside. We opened inside, closing outside. So, it's kind of the opposite of what we want. What we're getting is a slightly different potential Bollinger Band setup. It's not one we've talked about before yet, where it's open outside, right? You get that continuation volume, continuation gap, right? But that's doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. But you need to open outside, close inside. If you get that, then maybe you'll get a reversal play. But very choppy morning conditions so far here, guys. Very, very choppy. So pretty gross morning here, I would say. Right? Not really getting any high conviction, anything high conviction. Hard to call this that low vol pullback. This is a nice rejection, right? Nice possible reversal on the SPY. You know, if Q, I mean, I guess that's the open, right? Close inside. Needs another 10 minutes though. Right, you're getting a similar thing on the SPY, right? You might get slightly better risk reward to that bottom line. Right, you're getting slightly better, maybe 3 to 1. No, I think QQQ might be better. Yeah, I mean, Apple looks really nasty. It looks like a birthday cake, so no desire there. Certainly getting that low vol pullback, or getting that pullback on Microsoft, but not low volume. So let's be patient here, guys. See if we can find something here decent for us. QQQ and SPY might be the ones. All right, they both look very, very weak. All right, stop loss will be above, be whatever the low of this entry candle is. You got room on both. So guys, remember with this Bollinger Band play, it's a slightly longer trade, right? So you want to be maybe conservative with which strike price you choose. So if I was playing the SPY puts, probably not looking at today's expiration, right? I'll be looking for Fridays, probably like the 421s or the 420s. Right? Same thing goes for QQQ. Right? If you're playing these puts, you probably want to play the June 11th. Right? You can go something like the 335s maybe. Right? That's sort of your profit target. That bottom area. You like to see the volume on those get a little bit higher though. No BB play on Apple. Now QQQ is not really looking the way you want. Neither is SPY. Need this to fill out, right? It needs to be relatively small bottom wick. That's very important for us. SPY, similar story, right? We want this to be a full body candle. All right, 5 minutes to go here, guys. We can be a little bit patient. Want these to close full body, guys. Need these to close full body. That's very important. Tesla looks disgusting. Microsoft, maybe a little bit better, but not fantastic by any means. So we're just going to keep watching SPY and QQQ here. They're the only things that are maybe giving us some potential. So if this candle closes like this on the SPY, kind of not what you want to see, right? This is dip buyers protecting it. Right? Maybe this will be that pullback we were talking about. Right at all-time highs. Right, dip buyers pushing up, then we break out through, then that could be an entry. Volumes may be a little bit higher than you'd like to see. But it's been a pretty volatile opening period. So another 3 minutes here, a lot can change. Let's see what happens. So pretty indecisive action here. Now, man, I'd like to see if the SPY can fill out. You just move like towards this 2260 area. That'd be really nice. I don't know if it's gonna have the legs to get there though. QQQ printing that doji. So looks like it's probably not going to close inside. All right, no BB set up there on Apple. Tesla, nothing. Microsoft doesn't really look that enticing. Really, the only thing that might be setting up here is this SPY BB play. But it needs to close a little bit more bearish than this. Alright, don't really like that. Don't like that defense. Alright guys, so maybe be looking at this as an all-time high breakout now. Could look at this potentially as a low vol pullback. Opening bell, so you expect it to be above average, but at least it's less than the previous candle. Maybe that's something. Or we need to see strength in other names for that to have any conviction. So with this, be looking at SPY calls. But certainly they don't look like they're ready yet. So it kind of looks weak, guys. I don't know if we're going to get that all-time high breakout play here. I think this is more likely to be like possibly a bit of a breakdown. Certainly a high-risk Bollinger Band play here, which is tempting. But I don't like this candle. This candle does not give me much conviction. So I'm going to stay away from it personally. We only want to trade A+. Not really getting that at the moment. So let's not force anything here, please. All right, Apple might give us something. All right, it's got room to go. Would like to see it maybe go break its low here. Break its low, low ball pullback, and then we have a chance. I wouldn't say Tesla looks particularly interesting here at the moment either. Say any of these things are looking very high conviction. Are you guys seeing anything? Anything that's catching your guys' eye here this morning? Yeah, it looks very choppy to me as well. Not a very nice, not very nice conditions to trade here at the moment. So yeah, let's see if the SPY continues to show weakness. Maybe we'll get some setups here in the leading names. All right, but it doesn't seem like they want to cooperate here at the moment. So very, very aggressive reversal from Microsoft. Considering that was the kind of the one that was holding up strength the best, it's quite concerning that Microsoft is now dying. That could have some residual weakness on the other names here now. So let's see if we can get some setups, right? Breakdowns, these aren't going to be Bollinger Bands anymore, right? Breakdowns under low of day, low vol pullback, and then go. Maybe we can get some directional cues here. Certainly definitely looks like downside, or like the bias is to the downside. We're not really getting that follow through on anything. Yeah, I don't know how much room QQQ has to the downside yet. So I don't know how much conviction I have in it. Looks like it might want to go here. All right, SPY's giving us that weakness. SPY, similar concept, right? If we can break low of the day, then maybe we've got some room to run. And Q you kind of have towards this like 336, and then maybe you got some room further down. The risk reward to this first level probably not going to be great though. I think SPY might be nicer, right? If we get that low vol pullback, I think that might be the nicer play. Because you have more room down, right? You have a lot more room down towards this 420 area. So if you can continue getting that weakness, break down under low of day, low vol pullback, then you can look at some pretty aggressive puts maybe. Same thing with Apple. Apple, we can get that low vol pullback. Could be a really nice fade, like a nice trade to fade, but we're still waiting for it. Tesla, no thank you. Microsoft, similar concept, get that low vol pullback break. We have about $1 of upside, or downside I should say. So that could be in play as well. But I'm just watching the SPY here, guys. Watching how it kind of reacts to this low of day bounce here. You want to see it to break through relatively quickly, I would say. All right, then we can get that maybe follow through in these other names. It's kind of what you're hoping for. Nice, Jamie. Are you still in those calls? Yeah, it just broke above. Maybe you'll get intraday setup here if you get that low vol pullback. Looks like it might want to give you something. But I'd be careful, right? With everything looking weak, you know, Twitter might not have that like enthusiasm to fill it. Tesla looks really weak too, guys. So definitely biased now is to the downside. Everything's starting to look very weak. Yeah, I feel ya. It's a lot of stress for 45%. We can find those intraday all the time, so I feel ya. I feel ya. You talk to any sane person though, and they'll tell you that 45% in like a week is really impressive. So don't get greedy here, right? If you're up, maybe consider closing off half your position, seeing if the remainder can run. Certainly don't let this turn into a loss. And that's easier said than done because of how things can move in the gaps, right? So I wonder if, I mean, hard to call this that low vol pullback, but okay, so you got another week on these. I wonder if this will be that low vol pullback on Apple. I'd like to see this really push down a little bit though, guys. Still just a little bit further. Like to just see this push down towards like here. Tesla hanging out at 600. Kind of no man's land for me personally. Alright, SPY still looks really weak. Definitely does, yeah. You're just not going to get as many setups on it, right? That's all. Okay, SPY's really flushing here. Holy smokes. So that high-risk Bollinger Band play I was talking about certainly would have paid off. But very choppy on the way down. So something to keep an eye on, think about going forward. Right, if you want to play lottos, you know, that could be a way of doing it. All right, I don't know if I want to call this that low vol pullback on Apple. I don't know if I'm ready to do that. So yeah, probably not that low vol pullback on Apple. Tesla, nothing. SPY starting to look pretty nasty, but no plays there. No low vol pullback here yet on QQQ. Tesla, we can get under this 596. Not very much further to go now. That could be a really, really nice play for us. But we need these pullbacks to start happening. All right, they're not giving us much conviction on any of these setups here yet. Waiting for these pullbacks, guys. Waiting for these pullbacks. Right, need those arrows pointing down. Not getting that anywhere. So let's not force anything, please. Good time to take a look at the longer time frames, right? Get a little bit of context. So yeah, we're doing okay here so far. Like Tesla certainly looks like it might be the weakest now, but we want to see it break down under this 596 area, around this 600 level. Just kind of bouncy and goes all over the place. So yeah, let's watch Tesla, see if we can break. QQQ is also on watch. If we can get that low vol pullback, but it's not going to happen on this candle. Right, like QQQ on the 5 printed a hammer with greater volume than the previous candle. So that can't be a low vol pullback. You know, maybe if you want to call it a reversal, we can get that a nice like bullish engulfing candle here, right, with strong volume. Maybe we can play something there. But cannot force anything, guys. Cannot force anything. With QQQ, right, we talked about how Bollinger Bands previously are an alternative to support and resistance, right? Well, here this might be the setup where we're getting that bounce off midline, right, which is going to act as support. If we can get a nice confirmation candle, then we've got room down towards that towards that upper band. So at the moment, we're getting, we'll call it'll be like probably 40-cent risk for $1 reward, or probably about 80-cent reward. So if we can get that 2-to-1, that could be something that's interesting. Well, it looks like it's pretty weak. So Q definitely looking the nicest, possibly for a reversal here. Generally not a huge fan of hammers on the 5 min. But this bottom wick is big enough and it's at the bottom of the range, which generally makes me feel better. But needs a strong confirmation candle. And volume on this is kind of not in a very good pace so far, right? We got 2.5 minutes left on this candle, halfway in. We're looking at like volume very light, so that's challenging. Okay, now QQQ's maybe looking a little bit spicier. All right, it's kind of what you want to see, but we need this candle to close relatively full body. All right, so we talk about types of old bullish candles. If it closes as a mix between this full body bullish and hammer bullish, right, that could certainly give us a bit of a play. As long as it's one of these three or like a variation of one of these three, generally you're pretty happy to take a stab at it. So entry on this Q play, guys. We're gonna change this line here in a sec. Not yet. It needs to close as a full body candle, right? We don't want any of this thin body, whatever, small body bullshit. So about 2-to-1 risk reward, but needs to close full body, right? Currently not doing that. So it might not be confirmation. Another 30 seconds. It needs to fill out, otherwise the setup is dying. Would like it getting above this candle, right? That would be perfect. Yeah, it could be. 5 minutes to go on this. That could be the low vol pullback. So I'm gonna veto this setup, guys. I think I don't like that candle body very much. I don't think it's strong enough. So let's see how this holds up for the next 5 minutes. Maybe we'll get that low vol pullback on the 15, and then we can take a stab at it to the downside. Yeah, I don't like that volume very much on that Q reversal. No, not really. I wouldn't say this is a bear flag. It's too aggressive, too steep on the 5 min. So we got another 5 minutes, guys. Preferably we can see this candle go red. Then we might have a play for that low vol pullback continuation on Q. If it pops here, that wouldn't be great for the low vol pullback. So we made a higher high at least. But like I said, guys, tough. It's just a bit of a tough candle. Body's just not big enough. You want that body to be just a little bit bigger. Hard to feel like you're going to have much conviction in the follow through. Okay, so unlikely this is going to be that low vol pullback on Apple. Unlikely it's going to be that on Q. So just let it chop about, guys. Let it chop about and give us that perfect entry. Yeah, QQQ, you probably want to, if you're going to, I mean, if you want to play this, you probably want to play next, or like June 11th, right? Expirations. Right? If you were going to play it, that would be like your, give you an extra layer of security potentially. Action like this, right? Not very convincing. Let's put it that way. Yeah, all this stuff is looking just nasty, guys. Like, there's nothing here that's looking, that looks nice, that looks good. Everything looks just kind of gross, right? Just a slop fest a little bit. Certainly not getting any A+ setup, so don't chase anything, please. Like, it's kind of gross, so don't chase anything here, right? Wait for that perfect setup. Right? You get that possible reversal hammer here on the 30, but need good confirmation, right? Need our confirmation. look at this on Q. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to glean any cues from this, right? Or any clues. There's nothing there, right? So it can't force any trades. Nothing there, right? Same thing on Apple, right? 30 min, okay. Bearish down, dip buyers, now kind of hanging out in between, right? It's not giving us any conviction here, right? Tesla tried to get above, huge rejection, right? Made a lower low, low vol pullback. Now we're breaking above, but like, where's the logical entry here? I don't know if there is one, right? Microsoft strong in the morning, sold off, right? Then go bearish engulfing, volume above average, new lower low, and then don't get that follow through. So days like this, you gotta be careful, right? These can be just account crushing days. So don't force any trades here when there isn't anything to trade. Wait for your A plus setup, right? Wait for that right condition and then take advantage of it. It's just nothing there. Any questions about the setups we've seen so far today? Any questions about why I haven't taken any trades, or like, maybe what I'm looking for before something sets up? Nothing is really cooperating here at the moment. I want to make sure we get A plus only. are the meme stocks doing today? Anyone looked? Yeah, no, like it needs to get out of this wedge still. Once it can get out of this wedge, then it can start going. But we're stuck in here, and you want to see it break above the 72 area. Like, look at this action on the 5-minute chart. This is so gross from the SPY. Look at these, like, these wicks are so nasty. It's like, even if we got a setup, like, hard to think we wouldn't have gotten shaken out here. Like, this is so gross. Maybe we'll get a test of all-time highs. I mean, as much as this is a hammer on the 30-minute time frame, I don't really want to play this with ATH right there. So I'd still rather wait. All-time highs, break, low vol pullback, go. Tesla's kind of interesting here for a reversal, right? Pretty decent reversal candle. Now here's that low vol pullback. Only thing I don't like is that we made a lower low. So I think probably have to filter this one out too. So I probably need to filter this one out. Microsoft, I see nothing there. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely flying. Oh, it still needs to get above here, though, I think. There's, like, this area. It's been stuck inside this range for a while. A double top rejection on Roku, right? And then instantly no follow through. Hard to trade in this market, guys. Hard to trade. We gotta make sure we only trade A+. Right, like QQQ looking really strong, right? SPY, really indecisive. So not even like the indexes are, I mean, now it's indecisive. So at least like, we're not getting much of a theme here, guys, not much of a theme. If it wants to chop about, let it. We're not gonna chase this chop. So Roku's an interesting setup here. It's got that low vol pullback on the daily, right? Now you're looking like inside day. Maybe you can get a chance to break out. Maybe you got a little bit more upside than that. Maybe like here-ish is your upside. That 348 area. Not one I personally trade, but it could be something. Yeah, there's your low. You got that low ball pullback breakout. Strong volume. This Tesla might be interesting towards high of day, but I think it's too late now. Man, if Spike can give us that all-time high breakout, low vol pullback and go, maybe that'll be the patience. We'll get rewarded for waiting. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine those options are very nice. Yeah, this is really gross, guys. This is really gross. Right, if we go hour time frames, we can just see how indecisive this action has been so far this morning, right? It's not been very pretty. So days like today, it's a good time to maybe look at a little bit of extra context. Nah, it's not really. It was not really a Tesla setup though. Like it's kind of. It's not A plus. That's for sure. Not A plus. You know, maybe if this didn't make a lower low, I'd have some more conviction. But I hate this lower low. That kills it for me. That makes me think probably don't have the legs to get to this. Call it 612, whatever the high of day is. So that skews things. So, you know, tilt is definitely bearish, guys, but action so far since has been indecisive to choppy. I don't really like the conditions here right now. Good morning, Jag. How you doing? All right, maybe if QQQ can give us that breakdown, low vol pullback, then we can go, right? Set up low of day break towards this 335.04. We got lots of room to play with, so we can afford to be patient. Yeah, market's been super choppy, not been very nice. No setups yet here this morning. But yeah, if you go 1 hour chart, you just see dojis everywhere. Right? Dojis are huge wicks. So, been gross so far this morning. For some reasons, we get bad luck on Wednesdays. Yeah, nothing looks like it wants to give us something here yet, guys. Nothing looks like it wants to go. Clove could be giving us that low vol pullback to the downside. All right, towards yesterday's low would be the target. But I imagine puts on this will be very expensive. This is a borderline textbook setup on Clove. Might be worth one contract. A little lotto play, keep us engaged. Need this to close green though. Needs to close green. Right, if we can get to here, and then you got that gap to fill down towards 12. Yeah, there's lots of volume on them. Definitely interest there. They're not cheap though. They're like, I wouldn't say they're fantastic prices. Yeah, I mean, this has been a short squeeze name, right? But now we're getting that fade this morning. Fade again, low vol pullback. Be a pure lotto. It's not, like, would not go full size on this, right? Take a look. Someone was talking about that earlier. Yeah, it could be. Volume's probably a bit too high though. I'd like to see that volume being less. If it was like here-ish, that'd be great. I think it's a bit too high. Like, it just gives you less conviction that you're going to get that follow through. So maybe if we finish like candle top up here, or body kind of up here, this 2830 area, maybe I'd be willing to ignore that volume, but this is not, it's not exactly telling me the, like, it's not singing the nicest story there. So, pretty textbook low vol pullback on Clove there. I'm not going to take a stab at it, guys, right? I only stick to SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. But entry is under there, right? Under 1942. Stop loss will be whatever the high of the candle that breaks is. And you want it to break on basically as soon as possible. Not for me. As long as the market continues chopping about here, rather just wait for like that perfect trade for me there. So, Jag, it doesn't mean that this won't, if it breaks above, doesn't mean it won't go. But when you have that high volume and you get that a pretty big body, you know, you got certainly buying pressure propping it up. But it just doesn't give me much conviction that there's going to be a ton more follow through. So generally what you want to see is you want to see light light volume, and then a body that looks kind of like this candle, this 1145 candle, right? Because then it's like weak bearish candle, weak bearish volume, and then when that gets taken out, you have some conviction that you might get some follow through. Yeah, exactly, right? So that volume at the top tells you, hey, maybe it might be running out of steam too, right? Where it's not necessarily sellers stepping in either, right? It could just be people selling their orders too, right? So if people are unloading, then you're at the top and you're getting a candle that tells you, right, this is more full body, right? If we go our bearish candlestick patterns, it looks kind of like a mix of this and this, right? Least bearish and most bearish, right? So at best, right, it tells you it's kind of probably somewhere in the middle. It's not exactly what you want to see. You want to see indecision or weakness. You're not really getting that there. Plus the volume high, it kind of thinks, yeah, it might be overextended, might not have the legs to go for another run. Meantime, everything just keeps chopping about. Oh man, it's gotten boring here. I don't see anything setting up. Just chopping about. Like these are not. Nothing screams A plus here, guys. Nothing screams A plus. many of you guys are checking out the DTR stream for the first time today? Got a few guests in here, so feel free to speak up, right? Ask questions. Any return visitors? I know we got a couple in here. Alright, well, if you guys, like for guests, you guys aren't chatting too much, but for guests, just give you a quick sales pitch for what DTR is. So, DTR is a full-time trading room. We do free live streams on Wednesdays. I'm a former hedge fund trader, been trading for almost 8 years now, it'll be 8 years in September. Personally, my strategy is based on support and resistance and volume, and then using candlestick patterns as like confirmation or as tools for gauging strength. My goal with DTR is to help people become independent traders. So we are education first, alerts second. I don't really like I don't really believe in alert trading to begin with. I think it encourages FOMO and it encourages bad habits, and I want to teach people to avoid those sort of things. With DTR, you get a few special perks. So we have like a Discord. We have like a bunch of documents, things along those lines. So, it looks like this, right? Core principles, various strategy documents, various rules that I follow, various bits of code. And this stuff gets updated all the time. If you have any interest in it, right, or you've got something you want me to write up about, you send a request, right, or you mention to me in the workday, and I'll put something together. My objective here is to get you guys being independent traders that can trade your own ideas and your own convictions. Other than that, I mean, our approach is everything needs to be set up, confirmation, execution. We don't do any compromises on that. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes, but the room keeps everyone sort of accountable, and we all work together to achieve our trading goals. At the moment, if you join DTR, offering a 2-day free trial. So if you guys are interested, right, today's not necessarily been the busiest of days, but if you want to check it out, right, you can join today and you can check it out for the rest of the week and see what it's like. That's really it. I mean, if there's anything, if you have any questions about, don't hesitate to ask. Always on Twitter, always happy to help people out. So don't hesitate to reach out. If you're interested in joining our Discord, right, we do have a Discord. I'll get the link for you guys here in a sec. So yeah, if you guys want to join our Discord, uh, post stuff there. You can send in chart requests. You can do, you see all my pre-market thoughts or my pre-market charts, sort of what I'm looking at for the day. And then, yeah, make it your own, right? Test out the room when you want. Get alerted to when we go live on YouTube. And that's it, really. Just try to be a little bit different than other rooms, right? Where education first, alert second here. I just hate the wicks that we're seeing all over the place here. We're not getting any conviction, any follow through on even baby moves. Yeah, let's take a look, Jag. One sec. So certainly getting that low vol pullback here on the 30-min time frame. But I mean, this is a tough one to go. So your risk reward is really skewed here, right? So your call it your target's probably around there-ish. But to justify this trade, your risk reward is $1.40 for 50 cents profit. So I don't really see a setup here, at least short term. It looks like most of its move to the downside has kind of already taken place today. Yeah, so risk reward, that's got to be the starting point, right? Like if you're not, the way I like to talk about it is, imagine every trade is a coin flip, right? Regardless of what your edge is or what your strategy is, right? You can either go up or down. Well, you need better than 2 to 1 odds to justify flipping that coin, essentially. So if you can get 2 to 1 risk reward plus plus an edge, right? Then the only thing that will hold you back from your trading will be your account management. Right now, account management, that's another piece of the puzzle, right? Another challenging one. But if you always, look for 2 to 1 risk reward, right? And you stick to your strategy, right? You stick to your low vol pullbacks, or you stick to your Bollinger Band breakdowns, or whatever you want to call it. That's your edge plus your strategy. You justify flipping a coin, and then it's just a question of surviving enough time, right, to start making money. So that means account management. Yeah, sounds good, Jag. Yeah, there's nothing really setting up here, so nothing to force. But we'll be back in the afternoon too, so feel free to check in around like 1:30. No, I know. Don't worry. Market's just not giving us any setups, just the way it is. Can't force things that aren't there. And I'm not just going to call out random levels and then say we took a trade on those later. That's not my style either, so. It is what it is. I mean, SPY might want to give us that ATH test here again. But that's the only thing that looks interesting. Yeah, sounds good, Frank. Yeah, hopefully we get some more action. This has been a tough one today, but it is what it is. I'll post if we do get any setups, right? I'll make sure to post them in the Discord. So hopefully you have that alerted. So if something does happen, you have a chance to get into the stream. So yeah, Colin, I don't know if you're still here, but look at that Tesla trade, right? Like, just did not get that follow through we were talking about. Crazy. Maybe Tesla will give us that setup here in the afternoon, right under this 596 area towards 581. It needs to, you don't want it to happen too soon now. Like, you want it to happen 2 o'clock, 2:30 Eastern, of course. Everything else, guys, just looks gross. Like, there's just nothing there right now. So Clove finally started giving you that setup we were talking about earlier. Well, it's a tough one, guys, right? It's a tough one with this. All right, guys, everything else looks kind of like crap. I'm going to take off for lunch here. Be back probably around like 1:30 or so. Generally, that's when I get back. If you guys have any questions, hit me up on Twitter or send me a message in the Discord or pop a comment in here. I'll try to get back to it if it gets over lunch. But don't, like, if you're looking at a trade, you're looking at a setup right now over lunch or into this kind of period, man, go half size. Like, the way that the market's reacting today or sort of behaving today, it's just not very confidence inducing. So don't piss away anything unnecessarily. Don't take any silly risks. If you do find something, make sure it's perfect. Don't compromise on that, and then go smaller position sizing because um, we're just chopping about wicks everywhere. So that's what I'm seeing for now. Meantime, guys, take care of yourselves. I'll be back around 1:30. All right, I'm back, guys. Back a little bit early. Hey, Farah, how you doing? Yeah, it's been really choppy, really slow, frustrating. No trades, but it's important to know when to trade, when not to trade. Frustrating, but it's the way it is. Like, look on the hour chart here on the SPY. I don't know what we're supposed to do with this. Like, if we look at the session breaks, right, so we just know exactly what we're looking at today. Hey, this is, I don't know how to trade this. I don't think anyone does. So when it's like this is so frustrating to deal with. So hopefully we can get a little bit of like directional clarity here. And maybe get something. Otherwise, just gonna chop about all day. %, exactly how I feel, Farah. Exactly the same. Like, I feel like we're getting some warning signs of weakness, but like nothing's really, we're not really getting that follow through, not really getting that setup. Nice. What'd you trade? Nice. I didn't know if you caught it or not. That's all. Yeah, that's okay. Just don't hesitate to ask questions, right? Like if you got a question or hesitation, don't ask. I want you to learn as much as possible. Hey, Henderson. Yeah, probably. I mean, it could be giving you a bit of a wedge here. Like something like that. But you've already had a few breaks, and it's not exactly, You like the Discord alerts, yeah? They're helpful. So, like, we have that bit of a wedge here on that tiger, but we've already kind of broken it a couple times, so it's not a very, very convincing pattern. This rejection here is kind of concerning, I think, as well. Okay, perfect. Well, I'll make sure I keep posting the setups, right? They're not confirmations, but they're like what I'm looking at the moment. And sometimes when things happen quickly, alerts just won't be possible. So I'll always try to do them, but priority is to make sure that we can all get in here, and then hopefully there's enough time to do an alert as well. So yeah, Henderson, just saying that this rejection here today or yesterday, Henderson? Yeah, yeah. It would have been a great win. Would have been like 80% probably if we were really sniping it. But now we know going forward, right? Just got to let it develop sometimes. Is there more? Like, I kind of want to hesitate when I say it like this. We almost have to treat them more like lottos. A little bit more like lottos. Because of just how volatile and how long it might take to come together. So you want to go really small size and not be willing to risk like lose 100%, but like, you know, maybe you're gonna have to sit on a 50% loss before it goes your way or something like that. But obviously expected payouts like 100% plus. There's another Bollinger Band strategy that's possible. Yeah, exactly, right? I think that's kind of my logic too, Henderson. Exactly that. Yeah, but like, you just have to go smaller size. I mean, this strategy is going to work better if your stop loss is on the underlying than if on like the option itself. But I mean, we'll have to. Hopefully, we can get a few more examples of it coming up. But there's a different. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what that potential is, though, right? Like on Tesla, like $15, give or take. It's about 100%. Right on the SPY, about $1.50. So if we go Bollinger Bands yesterday, here you're getting almost 100%. Right? So that's kind of what the possible payout is, right? Yeah, it's big peepee with little positions. But like, I think it's worth a stab. Yeah, he's been he was active yesterday, I thought. He's not missing much today though, right? Let's be honest. It's alright. It's not our fault. That's the market. Yeah. Don't say that. I want another Oasis. Don't say that. I do feel like we're close on some things though. Yeah, just died just under, right? This is the start of the zone. Yeah, hey Frank. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Like, just been. Like, our chart on the SPY for me is my favorite. Like, I don't really know what to do with this here. Just one of those weeks where things decide to chop about, I guess. What's this Uber play? Yeah, I had some work to do. Yeah, 51.8, right? So generally, like, when I see like a gap down, right, or a failure after a gap down, especially after earnings. So here we know earnings, right? So that's why I know it's there. Um, like, I want to see that breakout over, like, before I think this is down. Otherwise, this, like, all this stuff here, right? All this, like, pre-earnings, and you can see it, right? Pre-earnings pressure is, like, still pushing this down. So until I see evidence of that, like, high conviction breakout through here, I just keep thinking that this pressure box is just gonna keep this thing clogged down. So yeah, that's like how, like, talk about resistance can be zones, right? Well, this is like the earnings to earnings resistance zone. And it's just gonna keep keeping pressure down, even though, like, you're above it. You're not, like, you've kind of broken into it. You've not broken into it with any conviction. Yeah, he must have been, I mean, sitting on a. He'd probably been okay. Might have been sitting on a bit of a nasty day a few days ago, but good for him for having the stomach. That's awesome. So there's like I was kind of on this train of thought a little bit earlier. There's a second Bollinger Band strategy we can look at, right? It's so what we have right now with the Bollinger Bands is we look for, right, breakdown. Easier with Tesla. Let's just do with Tesla. So what we have at the moment, right, is open outside, close inside, right, break down towards midline, and then break down towards bottom line. The alternative is morning breakout, where it's open inside, close outside, right, then run up. So here's a good example, right? Open outside, full body bullish, strong volume, right? Break that high, keep going. So it's like the inverse concept of the open outside, close inside. Right, good example on the SPY, right? Open inside, close outside, full body, volume above average, go. Well, I mean, it'll be towards the next resistance zone, right? So this would be like in combination with support and resistance. Yeah, so exactly, it'll be like, right, this would be your risk, right, this is your reward, right, whatever that line is, that extra high line, right, so it's in combination with support and resistance. Right, this is like, so talked about earlier how the Bollinger Bands are like a good alternative for support and resistance, right? Well, with support and resistance, we like doing breakout trading, right? Where if we get a breakout, right, breakout over a level, low vol pullback, we're willing to go. This outside the Bollinger Band breakout is like a, it's a different variation of a breakout strategy versus where the Bollinger Bands, like back inside, is a variation of support and resistance. This is a variation of breaking out, a breakout trade, right? Another good example here, right? Close outside, full body, run it up. So you probably get 100% out of a trade like that. So still, maybe Tesla will give us that weakness. If we can get under that 596, that would be fantastic. right, so Tesla gives us this 596 break. We can get that low ball pulled back and go, hopefully. Maybe volume will creep up above average. We got a nice kick there in that last 30 minutes. But I reckon we're about another 30 minutes away from a setup here. Not going to compromise on timing either at the moment, guys. Everything's got to be perfect. guys, the only thing that I think might give us the setup is this Tesla. Everything else, I don't really have much conviction in. Apple's got a long way to go. QQQ needs to get under low a day. Call it like 337. 336.90, we'll call it. SPY's got a way to go, but man, it's hard to trust this action so far today. I think if we do get weakness, guys, Tesla's going to be our best setup. Let's take a look at Facebook. I actually haven't looked at that chart for a while now. Just get rid of this. Setup needs to be a low at daybreak, or sorry, yesterday's daybreak. Then you got room down towards 328.80. So break, low vol, pull back, and go. Yeah, it does look a bit like Tesla. Only, yeah, maybe it looks very similar to Tesla, actually. Tesla's almost starting to look like a long intraday bear flag, too. Like multi-day flag. Now, it's not perfect because we're getting that breakout through. Kind of looks like that. And then Facebook looks like that too, but kind of all just today. Like he's still getting that sell-off. Still had a bit yesterday, but like more cascading here, if that makes sense. And then you're kind of getting that flag. Does seem though, if one goes, the other is probably going to as well. Like we are getting some possible reversal signs here, right? Like this on QQQ. Doji, if it finishes, you know, bearish engulfing and strong volume, you know, could be in play, but generally you don't want this at like a mid-level. You want this at the top of a range or at the bottom of a range. So I'd give this a setup like this, like a C+, something like that. So it doesn't look like Tesla's going to give it to us at the moment. Apple either. Alright, QQQ kind of bouncing around doing nothing. SPY continues to look gross. So just one of those days, guys. Just going to chop about. Alright, VIX hanging out at 17. Treasuries are pretty weak too, so it's just nothing nothing playing out here for us. Let's take a look at AMC. Well, it's certainly teasing at that line here. You want to see how it reacts at this wedge break. I don't know if it's worth chasing this down. I don't know if you're going to get enough of a low vol pullback to justify it at least. Right, but as long as you stay within this wedge, it's kind of no entries for me. Yeah, that's a good description of the market, Frank. 100%. It's just a slap chop. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, definitely. Like it looks. Sorry, looks more like this than this. That's for sure. I would say it's kind of a mix between the second most bearish and neutral bearish here. Definitely more hammery, but you generally want to see, at least for myself personally, I don't want the wick of the hammer to be larger than the body. So definitely a setup, like I 100% agree, but maybe not like the cleanest of ones. So setup is very clear, right? Reject off high a day, right? Failed attempt through, but I don't find this to be that convincing. Like maybe if volume was bearish engulfing, that would be a big one too. But either way, you need that confirmation candle. So if you get a confirmation candle that looks like, you know, one of these three, then yeah, that's happy days. And it'd be even stronger if you can get volume to be bearish engulfing. So like this just tells me that like that bears haven't like fully regained control, or like they're not, like maybe they're in the driver's seat but they're not steering yet, if that makes sense. You'd want a candle like this. It's confirmation. Kind of crazy. Can't even send like a setup alert on anything today. So Frank, if this can close, bearish engulfing, right? And strong volume needs to match the narrative. Certainly looks like it's on pace to. Then you're in play here. You gotta go put something in the oven. I couldn't agree more, Colin. We could use something to set up for us, but nothing's looking too great. Frank mentioned this Nvidia. Looks kind of interesting. Like for one of these, like for this volume to be higher still though. I probably want it to be at least bearish engulfing. If you can get there, like if you can get above this green candle, this 1 o'clock candle, that would be really, really good. Otherwise, I think it might be a bit of a tough one. Other than that, don't really see anything here. Yeah, no low vol pullback yet though, right? So you still got time, and you got lots of room on this one. You got like $3. So you can let it close down here, right? Hopefully this volume can get above average, and you wait for that low vol pullback on the 5 min. So yeah, Facebook could be interesting, but still need that low vol pullback, Henderson, right? Level breaking is never confirmation on this setup. That's just our setup. Still got 6.5 minutes or so, so I think you have a good chance of this volume getting above average. So a good eye, one to keep an eye on. So you want this to finish without too much of this bottom wick here in a perfect world, right? So let's see how this holds up here on Facebook. So Frank, I don't know if you're watching, but if this arrow finishes pointing up, probably when I want to take this. Man, Apple today looks like it's just all like 2 days look like one day. Kind of annoying. Almost say the same thing about the SPY. NVIDIA one closed pretty interesting. Setup would be under this 697.70 area. Preferably, I would have liked for the volume to be just a little bit more convincing. Say a setup like this is a like a B setup, maybe a B minus. Not a perfect hammer reversal. Not the best of bearish candles, but still one. Like normal body bearish, between normal body and neutral because the wicks are pretty big. But still, you know, at least arrows pointing down, so that tells you downside pressure. Sellers kind of still remain in control. All right, rejection at high a day. Volume you would have liked to have seen just be a little bit bigger. It is above average, but you would have, like the two preceding candles towards that all-time high touch, so big that you wanted at least one of them to be bearish engulfing, I think. Facebook, classic head fake there. Tesla, no go. These 695 calls on Nvidia look pretty good. So do the 690s. Alright, but this is it's certainly not A plus for me, guys. I think it's a good setup, not a great setup. There it goes. That would have been your entry. That would have been your stop, give or take. All right, red line. Target low of day. But not one for me, guys. Not a name I trade, for one. And not A plus. We want to see look like this as a hammer, right? That's the strongest type. And then you want to see your confirmation be strongest type too, right? So you're not really, like, I can just find a lot of ways to talk myself out of this setup. How's Facebook holding up, Henderson? Okay, still needs to keep going though. Yeah, we don't have the setup yet on Facebook either, right? So like you needed the candle in the 30 min to close, right? Close under this 332 area, right? And then volume to be above average to justify going short time frame, shorter time frame. So I still need that candle to close under. Still want to see Tesla give it to us. I mean, it's only $5 away. That's nothing for Tesla. I hope stream shouldn't be muted. Yeah, fair. Looks like you're gonna get that follow through, hopefully. $6.90s. That looks like a good trade. This spread kind of sucks though. A little bit inconsistent. You definitely got cheated a bit on your fill. Tough one to protect now too. volume's starting to look really good on this breakdown candle here, Frank. Certainly well on pace to get above one of these two. But those puts aren't moving very nicely. Nice. It's a good trade here, Frank. Really good trade. Spreads, like the option's not maybe moving as nicely as I'd expect. But really nice trade. Yeah, I think, I mean, make sure you cover plus spread, right? So spread's kind of bouncing around between like 15 and 20 cents. So if your entry is like 442, you probably want to be protecting like 460, 465. Yeah, the spreads just aren't moving very nicely, right? I mean, bid size certainly doesn't help. Open interest probably doesn't help much either. But yeah, these aren't moving the way you'd like. What's your target on this, Frank? So what's on the docket, right, guys? I think we got inflation data coming out tomorrow. So I wonder if that's what's like this core CPI number. So I wonder if that's what's keeping the volume down. Yeah, it's not moved much. I mean, it's moved quite a lot. Right, it's moved like $2, but his options have moved like 10%. So I wonder if this like limited volume so far today, right? Again, very thin volume with an hour left to trade. I wonder if it's the market just waiting for that inflation data, right? And then the week after that, we have Fed Reserve announcement on the Wednesday. So, right, that's generally a relatively choppy environment as well. It's unlucky, Frank. But hey, not bad, whatever. Lock in a tidy little win when everything's quiet. Can't complain about that. So yeah, it's like this is a good example of why we why I like trading like SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, right? Like their option premiums just move a little bit nicer than this. This is it's a big move for, you know, a 30-cent win, right? Something like that. So you gotta think about that with your execution rules, right, guys? It's an important thing. Maybe starting to see a little bit of weakness here, generally. Hard to call any of this stuff reversals, but we can get a breakdown here under, make this a white line, breakdown under low of day on the spider. That could certainly be a play, right? Then get that low vol pullback and go. Tesla's still waiting for that 596. Yeah, that's a huge difference. Basically, you gave up 10% just right with your entry, I guess, right? That's tough. Still a nice win, though. Like, you can't really complain about catching a win. So GME's got its earnings today, I think, right, guys? Wonder if that's gonna lead to a bit of chaos. SPY might want to give us a go here. Break of low of day. Excuse me. Tesla as well might be showing some weakness. So let's watch SPY. Volume just kind of touched average, so we can probably justify going shorter time frame here if we can get that low vol pullback under this 420 to 20 area. Need to break low a day though, guys. Need to break the low a day here. So Facebook, if you get that low vol pullback, could be interesting. But you're probably going to need QQQ to cooperate with you. I'm not really sure if it wants to. Looks similar though. Microsoft needs to break its low a day for any setup, so nothing there yet. You know, maybe with the SPY, guys, maybe we'll get something here with the SPY. Watching this in Tesla. Alright, if Tesla can break under this 596, then SPY probably would have broken under this 422. So then hopefully we can just filter out which one's the best setup for us and go from there. let's see if SPY wants to give us this low of daybreak. I mean, it touched and then it kind of bounced right off right away. Need to close under, right? Need to close under. Maybe go 5-minute time frame. This candle reacts nicely. This could be our low wall pullback potentially. We'll come back to this in a little bit. We'll go longer time frame for now. Alright, but don't like how that instant reaction off that low of day is to bounce. I don't really like that. Tesla's still holding up, Microsoft, whatever. Apple not moving. Facebook not giving you that pullback. Alright guys, if we play puts here, it's not looking very likely that this is going to be our setup. If we do play, we're not playing today's expiration, right? We're playing tomorrow's now, guys. We're playing tomorrow's. Or sorry, the 11th, so Fridays. saying that setup's probably dead for now. Don't want to see the higher high. Couldn't even get typed out into the Discord before it died on us, so fun how it goes that way. So let's watch the SPY here. Watch the SPY. I don't know how thrilled I am about this candle. It's probably going to be more volume than we'd like to see either. But if it finishes as a red, then we could be nice. If it finishes as a green, right, even if it's a hammer, it's going to be set up dead. Or continued death, I should say. Alright, so yeah, it's probably not for me, guys. So the only thing at risk today is us dying of boredom. Not a single setup even today. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about not having any trades in a day like this? $100% better than red. but it's also important to not force things, right? So it's a good habit. So guys, right, even if we do get this breakdown now here under, we want to wait for that break, low vol pullback, because this here is no setup at this resistance zone, right? This second candle volume got too heavy, so even though we just broke under, we need this to now be a new setup, right? Right, we got a long ways to go with this, guys, right? We got a long ways to go towards that 420.69 area, we'll call it, just for good fun. So that's our target. If we can get that low vol pullback here, man, if this can close this bearish engulfing on volume too, that would be fantastic. Right, this is why I said we gotta wait for that. Like, we need a second setup here, right? Although this was our low vol pullback, we got a second one, didn't make a lower low, made a higher high, and then highest volume of that breakdown. So that's why it needs that second setup. So let's wait, right? Still need that low vol pullback, guys. Still need that low vol pullback. watch this reaction here at 422. All right, still got room to go, guys. Still got room to go. Things look weak, but volume's real thin, so you gotta be careful here, guys. Be careful. Still need that low vol pullback on the SPY. Tesla, we can get there, but I'm not sure if it's gonna have the legs. QQQ maybe wants to break too. Let's keep watching. No setup on Apple, right? Needs to break that low of day. Needs to break that low of day first. Maybe if this thing rides up enough here on the SPY, we might be able to get that entry. Got room down, but volume's getting a bit punchy there. Like Tesla doesn't look like it's going to reverse either. Say this volume's too big to be a low vol pullback. With 2.5 minutes to go, this is a tough one. Definitely was, you know, I probably could have locked in 10, 15%, maybe 10% on that SPY break, but doesn't tell me you're going to get that follow through. It's just acting a little bit strange. Nothing quite looks like it wants to give you that low vol. So let's look at some context here. Definitely a weak market, but such thin volume that what's the point almost? When the volume's this thin, it's hard to not lean bearish. Yeah, tough to call this. I would say impossible to call this that low vol pullback. Feels like a bit of a bear trap. Can't look at this as low volume either, right? This is almost close to like biggest candle in hours. So no thanks. Apple, no thanks. Too high volume. Tesla, no. Just nothing there today, guys. Nothing there today. Nothing to force here, guys. Nothing to force. Sounds good, Rusty. Tough day today. Boring day. Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't really see how this is a setup though, Colin, on the SPY here. Like, I can't justify taking this with the volume that much of an outlier, right? Even on QQQ, just so far from A plus, and like we've been patient all day. Why give that up now, kind of thing? Yeah, I mean, it's good day to observe. Or now it's a good day to observe. You have a trade to force, right? Force a trade, but you don't want to be using the sim to build bad habits either. So there's that fine balance. But this is why, like, days like today, or why my execution software is always minimized, right? So it's always minimized until I'm ready to take a trade. Because when it's just staring at you, right, and you're staring at the charts and all those sort of things, you start to just make excuses for yourself to find setups. And that can be like, generally that doesn't pay off. So yeah, I mean, I'm just looking on Twitter. It seems like everyone else was having pretty boring days too. Shame. Right, QQQ, if this doji volume was higher, I'd be interested in this. Look, it could very well run, but guys, this is far from A+. Alright, same thing with the SPY here, right? Could very well run, but it's far from A+. Alright, Still have a few minutes to go here, guys, but I don't know if you're gonna get that set up here. So Tesla bear flag still held up. Still in play. Apple one going to be as well. So long-term weakness might be playing out a little bit here, guys. Right, with the rejection at all-time highs. Now we're getting a bearish engulfing on the body, not on the wicks. That's be a tough one. But couldn't really make a new high, and now full body bearish. Certainly weakness is the prevailing sentiment, I think, at the moment. So with CPI data coming out tomorrow, hopefully we get some volatility then. Today's been just a bit of a snooze fest, bit of a chop fest. Yeah, it's been a snooze fest today. Ugh. Nothing even really gave us a setup, so it's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Yeah, it got up there a little bit. It's found some momentum here late in the afternoon. But as long as it's kind of below that 20 range, hard to really want to do much with it. Right, so look at the VIX on the daily time frame usually, right? You don't, I mean, unless you plan on trading it with some options or something like that, it doesn't have much value. But yeah, as long as it's kind of under this 20 area, you don't really get that much action. But, you know, possible bottom, nice full body bullish, right? Plus hammer, that's not bad. And when I say full body bullish, I mean like no real top wick. So yeah, look at that. You get that breakdown in Q, goes at 18 cents and then pumps all the way back up 5 minutes later. Like trades like that, you're just getting stopped out of your entry. No follow through today. Kind of expected, I guess. Theme of the day has been slow and chop. Any questions here, guys? I think I might I'm not going to place any more trades here today. Can't call this a low vol pullback, guys. Can't call it a low vol pullback. All right, volume's just too big. That's why you're getting that fake out and go. Alright guys, absolute snooze fest of a day. What can we do? Hopefully tomorrow with that CPI number, alright, things get a little bit exciting. If there's any DTR guests in here, I know we didn't get any trades today, so a bit unlucky, but if you do continue trading the rest of this week, right, make sure that every trade is set up, confirmation, execution, and try to spend more time talking yourself out of a trade than into one. Right, days like today can really chop up your P&L unnecessarily, and we just didn't get any setups today, and that's part of the game. So don't force things that aren't there, right? And if you guys have any questions, always feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or Discord, or if you guys want to join DTR full time, website's dtrtrading.com. All right, guys, talk to you later.